You think you don't know anyone with depression. You're probably wrong. Depression can affect anyone. Around 40 million people in Europe suffer from depression each year. Depression is associated with deep distress and is a huge burden to those who are affected. According to the World Health Organization, depression is one of the most disabling disorders in the world, affecting roughly 1 in 5 women and 1 in 10 men at some point in their lifetime. Each year in Europe, it is estimated that around 7% of people experience an episode of depression. Depression can affect anyone. Men and women of all age groups, education levels, and social and economic statuses suffer from depression. Depression is a real disease. All areas of life are affected and compromised when depression is present. Family, parenting, marriage, relationships, making friends, work, studying, careers, and finances. Depression often reoccurs after an initial episode and can become persistent or chronic if left undiagnosed and untreated. Around 3 out of 4 people who suffer from depression do not receive adequate treatment. There is a close relationship between depression and suicidal behaviour. A substantial number of depressed people die by suicide. In the European Union alone, each year around 48,000 people die by suicide, compared to around 23,000 by car accidents, and more than half suffered from depression. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 800,000 people worldwide die from suicide every year, and the rate of attempted suicides is approximately 20 times higher than this. Suicide has become a serious public health concern. Due to the close relationship between depression and suicidal behavior, it is envisaged that preventative actions which improve the care and optimize the treatment for depressed patients may contribute to a reduction of suicidal acts. Access to care of depression and prevention of suicide is a challenge for Europe. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, risk factors for depression and suicide, such as reduced mental health care, social isolation, disturbed daily routine, and financial stress, have become more prevalent. Depression can be treated. Psychotherapy or antidepressants, or a combination of both, are effective treatment options for depression. If you don't feel well, seeking help is an important first step. Information, self-management, and contact details for help are available in different languages at www.ifightdepression.com. The European Alliance Against Depression, EAAD, is an international non-profit organization targeting optimized care for people with depression and the prevention of suicidal behavior. More information can be found at www.eaad.net.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this conference, the Podlaskie Region Against Depression. On behalf of the organizers, the European Commission representation in Poland and the European Parliament office in Poland, the Marshal's office in the Podlaskie region, we will be talking about the Alliance Against Depression, and this is under the patronage of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome everybody present here today, as well as those of you joining us online on Facebook, where we are being live streamed in Polish, and on YouTube, where there is live streamed in English. Both Streams are being translated into sign language. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome the representatives of the counties and the cities of the Podlaskie region who will be signing the Declaration Against Depression. Today, we're very happy that the idea of alliances against depression is spreading, and that local governments in the Podlaskie region have decided to join this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of mental health is something that's not just for doctors, it's also for psychologists, psychotherapists, social workers, teachers, and local government. And to ensure our mental health, we need to create an entire ecosystem of activities that, first of all, will focus on prevention. But once the when the problems arise, people who are affected will know where to go to receive help. And we also want an ecosystem that supports families that are affected by this disease, because a disease condition that affects one individual affects their entire family and their entire surroundings. Creation of such an ecosystem, what has been achieved and what will be achieved, will be the topic of today's conference. And now I would like to invite Wiesława Bornos, the Deputy Marshal of the Podlaskie Voivodeship. Marshal, if you will. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you wholeheartedly. I'm very happy to see so many of you, so many of us present at this conference today. Director Smyk, I want to thank you very much for selecting the Podlaskie region to hold this conference in. We are apart from, depression is an international affliction, but we are in a unique position, location. We are a border region. The war in Ukraine is going on. We're frightened, and of course we're also frightened by developments along the Polish-Belarusian border. This definitely affects our lives, the lives of our children and our work. This conference in the Podlaskie Voivodeship in the Podlaskie region is therefore all the more significant, and we very much appreciate this initiative. It is our common goal to sign a declaration and to begin to work towards the targets with NGOs, local governments, the European Commission, to working together against depression. And I want to invite everyone to be with us today, and I want to wish you all the best. And you're all here, those of you who are joining us from another region, another part of the world, we're happy to have you here, and we will be happy to show you around our region of Podlasie. Welcome one, welcome all. Thank you very much, Marshal Bornos, and now I want to invite Director Katarzyna Smyk of the European Commission representation in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome. I'm very happy that so many of you have chosen to attend our conference, the Podlaskie Region Against Depression. It is here in the heart of Podlasie that we want to talk about things that we are often embarrassed to talk about, things we avoid, namely the issue of depression, mental health, generally, and human sensitivity, human feelings. And it is no coincidence that we've selected Białystok as the site of our conference, Marshal. This didn't require a lot of thought. Whenever, and I've said this publicly, I've said that Podlasie is one of my favorite parts of Poland. For the last 10, 15 years, I've spent nearly all my holidays here in Podlasie, at least part of my holidays. And as the European Commission, during the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union, we also wanted to hold a meeting that would bring people together, because mental health, regardless of political views, opinions, and positions, this is a platform, this is an issue around which we can create a community as Poland and as Europe. The new European Commission, because after the elections to the European Parliament, we've renewed this institution. We have a new European Commission, and the Commission clearly says that mental health, especially the mental health of children and young people, is one of the greatest challenges of this decade. We must mobilize in order effectively to fight or to counteract the applications, the mechanisms that are making us and our children dependent on the internet, online gaming. In this digital environment, we want children to be safe. We want to counteract cyberbullying, hate online. We want to work on prevention, mental health prevention, and we also want to build and develop local initiatives. The Alliance Against Depression relies on the idea of a community. We deeply believe that communities and that communities are this is where change can occur, when change can happen. So that's why we've invited people from all walks of life. We have representatives of local government, municipalities, counties, regions, as well as schools, NGOs, the media, everyone. We all have a role to play. And the Polish presidency, we're also happy. We also very much appreciate the patronage of the Polish administration over this conference. Also highlights mental health and healthcare, and this also includes mental health. I greatly appreciate, I'm very appreciative. I know that you've been more affected than other regions. Deputy Marshal Burnos mentioned this already, because you are directly affected by the hybrid war and the ramifications, the consequences of this war on your economic development, on your prospects. And this region deserves special attention, deserves a special interest, which is why we want to spend this day together with you, talking about practices, talking about the solutions that are worth implementing. We clearly say that that success is up to you. We have some know-how, we have something to offer, but whether this will be put successfully into practice, that is up to you, that is your task. Of course, we will do our best to support you, and we will continue to support you. We're talking about skills and instruments where Brussels will not be able to do the job for you. So we are very happy to have you all here today. We're happy that you're ready to work, to act, because signing the Alliance Against Depression is a symbolic gesture, and it's more than a gesture. It's the first very important step. That's why we wish all of you a very successful and fruitful discussion. But first and foremost, we wish you determination and resolve in dealing with the issue, the problem of depression. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Katarzyna Smyk. Now, Jacek Wasik, the Director of the European Parliament Office. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that you've accepted the invitation from the European Parliament Office, and I want to thank the European Commission for involving us in this unique project. I want to congratulate the Podlaskie region on joining those regions which have decided to implement systemic solutions in combating depression. And since depression can affect anyone at any age, but the most vulnerable groups are children and young people. Allow me to quote Janusz Korczak, a Polish educator, children want to be good. If they don't know how, teach them. If they don't know something, explain it to them. If they can't do something, help them. And so this is our role, the role of yourselves, and to help the European Union, the European Parliament, European institutions have for years spoken with one voice and saying that mental health should be treated on a par with physical health, and especially mental health care, psychiatric and psychological care for young people should be a strong foundation of the health policy of the European Union. The emotional needs of other people are things that we often don't notice. It can be very difficult therefore we need support. Therefore, we need to develop a system of counseling, psychiatric counseling in schools, as well as support for teachers and parents, investing in prevention, because nothing is as important as prevention, and to keep young people from being alone with their problems. The European Parliament is also taking specific steps, taking action. It allocates funds from programs like EU for Health or the European Social Facilities and Erasmus Plus to combat depression and to provide better psychiatric and psychological care. What is also important is that the voice of young people, the input of young people should be heard. For instance, during the Euroscola session in Strasbourg, in the plenary chambers, the young people from all over Europe are increasingly addressing the issue of mental health and psychiatric mental health care, which isn't adequately being provided. Today's meeting, today's conference, I believe is a very important step towards building a healthy society. A healthy society by building bridges connecting the educational, medical, and local government, as well as social communities. These are difficult issues. We shouldn't be afraid to address them, to discuss them, because only then can we hope to achieve a change for the better. Congratulations to the Podlaskie region, and I want to wish you a very fruitful session and discussion. Thank you very much, Director Jacek Wasik, and now I want to invite Dr. Piotr Toczyski, who's an expert with Team Europe Direct and a representative of the Alliance Against Depression. In a moment, I'll be showing my slides. This presentation will provide a background to my to what I have to say, but first of all, I want to thank you for your interest in the issue of depression. There's a stigma associated with depression. We don't talk about depression. It's not a fashionable subject, if you will. So, moving on to slide number 1, I hope it will come up on screen. There it is. I will be telling you what the European Union has elaborated, has come up with in health, which is not a treaty issue, how it proposes to deal with depression. For years, the European Union has been dedicated to the issue of depression. It inspires local communities, it empowers local communities, because we tend to see depression as something as within the remit of health ministries. However, the most effective, most successful interventions against depression are those which involve local communities in large cities. This should be addressed in a district or neighborhood level up to 100,000 people. And the second method is to provide digital tools that help deal with the symptoms of depression when we are between meetings with specialists, so we do not lose sight of the symptoms. And if you take photographs at conferences, one thing that is noteworthy is I Fight Depression. This is a tool that was developed as part of the Horizon program of the European Union. It has been tested clinically. There are worksheets that you can print out. You can bring the filled-in worksheets to a session with a psychiatrist, a psychologist, or a therapist to whom people are referred. This is free of charge. This is a free tool that's available throughout Europe, and it helps specialists treat patients using methods that aren't still established in national practice, because digital mental health is a subject that's only being developed, only taking root. There is some mistrust. We tend to see digitization as the cause of the problem, but digitization can also provide a solution. So apart from working with local communities, the European Commission has also provided digital tools that are available in many European countries, including Poland. I'm trying to switch my slides now. And there we are. Healthier Together. This is an initiative that's part of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This is goal number 3. The European Commission has launched a forum to discuss ways of exchanging, sharing best practice and being healthier together, and we become healthier thanks to sharing experience. I will be presenting more best practice shortly. Mental health is a category, and not everybody believes that mental health even exists. So there are physicians who believe that health is only physical and not psychological, that it's something limited to the physical realm. Mental health can sometimes be challenged, but European Union experts have noticed that this exists, and they've added mental health to documents. In this here, the European Commission sent to the European Parliament a message on a communique on a new approach to mental health. This document is worth reading. It's available in various languages. It also refers to I Fight Depression. And as long as we do not develop other tools, I Fight Depression is a ready-made solution that can be taken advantage of. There are other promises, other actions that also are where you can have resources that you can benefit from, and to help your local communities fight depression. The local communities in the Podlaskie region, to which you will be returning today, you can involve local communities in intervention by using EU funds. This is up to 60 or 80% of the EU contribution. Local alliances are a success story, so are an example of a success action. So if there's a takeaway you can take from this conference, is that local alliances work. They and even compared to the control region. And another time, there was a 25 decrease in suicide attempts in regions where the alliance was created. It's not complicated. It can be done using your own resources without even extra funding. It's simply a question of allocating the resources you have for health, welfare, and education. And it's a question of connecting the dots. It's a question of putting together the puzzle. This is a method that was introduced in Poland as part of the EAAD, the European Alliance Against Depression, as a checklist of EU best practices for mental health. The alliance was already mentioned in the video. This is a video read by Krystyna Janda, who provided her voice talent free of charge. And it's Krystyna Janda, it's not an anonymous voice, so this is also great. And the implementation of the Alliance Against Depression was rolled out in 8 countries as proposed by the European Commission as part of the 3rd program for health, which was later other funding was provided. We began with Central Warsaw, but here you can see we also have Estonia, Bulgaria with its capital of Sofia, we have Hungary, we have Athens in Greece, we have various cities and localities in Spain. This is an idea that's no coincidence because in 100 sites around Europe and around the world, this alliance has successfully been implemented, and people are more willing to consult doctors. We train doctors, we train family doctors, physicians, general physicians, who get specialized training from psychiatrists on how to apply the guidelines of the Polish Psychiatric Association in providing fundamental basic health care. So when people in crisis come to see a doctor, many people who've attempted suicide will a few weeks prior go to a GP with symptoms that are physical, somatic, like pains or stomach or abdominal pains or backache. And these can be symptoms of depression. In I Fight Depression, there's a depression screening test. Some people Google self-testing for depression. It's called Patient Health Questionnaire. It's been made part of best practice for the past 20 years, and it's been successfully used in Poland. It has been validated in 27 countries. We have comparative studies across Europe. So this patient questionnaire, patient health questionnaire, should be provided in doctors' offices and consultancies, so doctors, physicians can have some insight into mental health, which can also affect the physical health. It's 9 questions. It's easy and quick to complete, but it also provides a lot of important information. There's also the EU for Health program, the 4th program, and which provides funding. You can apply to Brussels as part of a consortium. You can apply via the Polish Health Ministry. The Polish Ministry of Health has funds that it can make available to trusted organizations. In the For Health program, there's Mazur, which is a mental health support program for Ukrainian refugees. I won't be going into that in detail, but there is there's also I Fight Depression, which is available in Ukraine. So when a non-Polish speaker comes to see a Polish doctor, they can be given a tool that can help them There are 4 local levels working with depression and acting against depression. This has already been mentioned by the previous speakers and in the video. These 4 levels are medical and everything that has to do with medical. These are general practitioners, non-psychiatrists with neonatal depression, for instance. There is, for instance, there are doctors, there are obstetricians, and but also sports physicians can help athletes with depression. So this tip of this square, or it's a 4-tier model of social intervention that will involve psychiatrists, psychotherapists, as well as everybody who can be a point of contact when fighting depression. The second level is distributing screening tests and tried and tested, empirically proven methods, because this isn't just, it's not enough to print out a list of phone numbers that nobody will answer. And then there is acquiescence, there is the support of local authorities, of local government, those of you who have a mandate to represent the local community. We also have influential figures in a community. This can be businessmen or leaders of business or theater directors. The local authorities, if you will. So they might even sign a memorandum of understanding, an informal declaration like the one you'll be signing today. And then there's working with patients, their families and loved ones, those who take care of those who are suffering or suffering because of anxiety. As we know, anxiety is closely related to depression. It's not just a question of events unfolding abroad or along the border. This can be generalized anxiety disorders. And so if somebody has had one episode and there's the chance that might have another episode, they are in the high-risk group. So also phone lines or support, and these are ways of providing relief to the local community. People will be more inclined to go see a doctor, and there will be less attempted suicide. So the more we talk about depression, the less we will have to cope with suicide and attempted suicide. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and I think that Doctor, on the mental health of children and young people in the age of digital technologies, I would like to invite our panelists to the stage. Żaneta Maleśnicka, psychotherapist for children and young people, working at the Suwałki Special Independent Public Psychiatric Health Center. Dr. Dominik Wincewicz, psychiatrist from the Białystok University Clinical Hospital Mental Health Center. Krzysztof Paliński, president of the Droga Association, helping families. He is also an addiction therapist. And Gabriel Karwowski, who is a student and the ambassador in a project to improve the mental health of children and young people in Białystok schools. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation to our panel. When we speak of the mental health of children and young people, 2 claims recur, namely that there is an epidemic, a depression epidemic among young people, and that it comes from the widespread availability of digital media, social media, computer games, young people are detached from reality. They're not prepared to handle the challenges of the real world. And these claims are stated time and again in public debates, which are often quite simplified. But we are here to verify that simplified picture, maybe to show a different face of reality, of what is happening, different from what people imagine. And we invite everybody to be part of this discussion, to ask questions, whether those in the audience or those watching us online. Since we are talking about digital technologies, I also have a phone where I will be receiving questions from those following us online on Facebook and YouTube. So I think that this is an unprecedented, a special opportunity to look behind the scenes. We have an insider, somebody who is following directly the situation among young people, a student, an ambassador in a project to improve the mental health of the young people. Gabriel, tell us from your experience, how common are psychiatric and mental disorders among young people, especially affective disorders and depression? How often do you see depression among your peers? First of all, let me say hello. So I prepared an anonymous survey for my friends, my colleagues. They're all between the ages of 15 to 18. This was an anonymous survey. We had 30 respondents. So the problem is very common. My impression is also that it depends on what sort of milieu or group we are part of. Myself and my friends were very supportive of one another. We also have a great school counselor, a great psychologist who is here with us. So let me say a few words about the survey. So half of young people, so 20 out of the 30 that we surveyed believe that using social media worsens their mood, but it all started after the pandemic. We were homebound, we were separated from our peer group, and overnight we had to find our bearings in a new reality where it was just often myself and my computer, myself and my parents, if they were home at all, and that was quite common. On top of this, addictions like alcohol, smoking, e-cigarettes, all sorts of soft and hard drugs, and that has a huge impact on mood. It's a big problem in the Podlaskie region. I say this in reference to my school group. For the time being, my impression is that neither the authorities nor teachers are very experienced in this area. It's quite new. We're only starting to talk about it. Nor are they willing to step in and solve these problems, because it's very time-consuming. Often people see sending a student to a school counselor as a punishment. So the counselor might say something, the student will hear him out, and that's where it ends. So I think we need more. And we still don't know how to deal with the problem. I think you said something very important, highlighting the mechanism at work. It all started with the pandemic, a sense of isolation, and young people trying to cope by spending a lot of time online and on social media. Once the pandemic ended, social media stayed as their basic mode of communication. Do young people know where to seek help? Some young people do know. They also educate themselves, including on social media, because there are many profiles that promote getting in touch with a school counselor or a psychologist. For instance, Martyna Wojciechowska with her project Young Heads, maybe you've heard of her, or Łukasz Bogusławski, he's also part of Young Heads. Julia Kamińska, Karolina Zeiss. These are people who are promoting healthy lifestyles, and often it's the first contact or the school psychologist who doesn't always have time. They're quite heavily burdened For instance, at my school, we have 1,000 students and we have 2 psychologists. So they are simply overburdened with work. So many people go to a psychologist first, or they seek help online or in addictions. What's interesting is that social media and widespread access to the internet, it's a source of the problem, but it's also a potential solution. Since we're talking about mood disorders, depression, putting everything under one umbrella, the umbrella of depression, maybe we should start by defining our terms. Doctor, this question is for you. In the general public discussion, we often talk about depression, but there are depressions, there are different phenomena. We have depression plus other affective disorders, mood disorders, and the natural mood variations, fluctuations, which are part of adolescence, of young people's development at that stage in their lives. If you could cast some light on this, how do we differentiate these things? Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. So, first of all, I'd like to state that the criteria for diagnosing depression are quite clear. And they include a lower mood, lack of energy, loss of interest in pleasurable activities, and some additional symptoms, biological ones like insomnia, appetite variations, low concentration, the inability to focus, plus a whole spectrum of sort of cognitive distortions that result from emotional states. So a low sense of self-worth, pessimism, seeing a bleak future for oneself, lack of hope, frustration, the idea that there is no way out of the situation that leads to suicidal thoughts, thinking of suicide as relief. However, I think that quite frequently the issue of mood disorders is narrowed down to depression. So depression becomes the all-capturing term. DSM criteria cover things like low mood, which it says it's a state that's there for 2 weeks on a daily basis or almost on a daily basis, whereas in public debates we often use the word depression as synonymous with low mood. In various online materials, people often claim that people speak of morning depression, like somebody wakes up in a bad mood. And all those states need to be differentiated. Clinical depression is not synonymous with a bad mood. So I'd like to bring your attention to the fact that we shouldn't narrow down the consequences for mental health, for instance, of overusing the digital media. That it's not that this produces depression. That's an oversimplification. The negative impacts of technology are very broad. It's not just about mood disorders, not just about depression. So in my view, this oversimplification, first of all, fails to address the needs of young people, those with neuropsychological disturbances. And on the other hand, clinical depression is so destructive. I wouldn't want people to think that they could get depression from just surfing the internet. So we need to think about those 2 points. So I think that we will return to those many sources of depression, many etiologies. However, now I'd like to focus on other disorders or disturbances that might be associated with overusing technologies. I don't know how much time we have. So I'd like to mention that, first of all, the digital media can affect us on different levels. Not many of us are aware how much digitization and technology focuses our mental health. And I'm not even speaking of disorders. First of all, exposition time. How much time do we spend online or in front of screens, smartphones, tablets, computers? This comes up to several hours, and this is a very significant change over the last decade. The content that we are bombarded with changes over time. Moreover, it is adapted through complex algorithms to our needs. And so we get a sort of digital drug, which is more and more refined, more and more fitted to what we like. Add to that all sorts of intermediate health issues. So if we're spending so much time online using digital media, our sleep gets worse. We sleep less, fewer hours. We're not physically active. We're not exercising. We're not growing intellectually. I'd like to mention a recent OECD report which states that over the past few decades, at the end of the 20th century, our intellectual prowess was increasing, and in developed countries, cognitive deterioration when it comes to basic skills like reading with comprehension, writing, counting. We're offloading these tasks to technology. We're releasing ourselves from the responsibility, from the work, and that has led to cognitive decline, to intellectual decline. I'm thinking of our working memory. We are increasingly less flexible, we can adapt less easily to changing conditions. Some people claim that it has also led to a polarized society. We're being fed content by algorithms, and it's often one-sided content. It solidifies us in our views, and we become less flexible, less open-minded. We're going beyond mental health issues. We're touching on existential issues like responsibility, the meaning of life, our life mission, as it were. So I think that is a whole different discussion. But returning to the topic at hand and looking at young people, I would like to ask Krzysztof, who is the head of the association, the Droga Association to Help Families. I would like to ask you about the influence of social media on your patients. So we have mood disorders, mood problems, plus problems with addictions. So yes, we are working with people in crisis, with addicted individuals. So various substance addictions plus behavioral addictions like using technology, But also increasingly, we're working with young people and with young adults who are addicted to new technologies. The clinical picture, and the doctor will agree with me, the clinical picture is very similar. Similar brain areas are attacked, as it were, by social media. It's the essence of social media, and also because of the way our brains are stimulated and encouraged through algorithms. Our brains are being impacted or being influenced, and young people are highly susceptible. They don't have defenses against this. Maybe we're not aware of this on a daily basis, and I was following the doctor's speech with interest, and I fully agree. Back in 2008, for the first time, smartphones entered the market. That was 17 years ago. I don't know if you recall what the world was like without smartphones. So smartphones allowed us to be online all the time. The internet became part of our functioning, or rather we became part of the internet's functioning. So this gulf, which has always existed between young people and their parents, their caretakers, that's the story of civilization. The older generation is always saying that the young people these days are ever since ancient Sumerian writings. But for the first time in history, we have a combination of generational change plus civilizational change plus new technologies which are impacting our brains, our ways of communicating, our attentiveness, our focus. Neuropsychiatrists are saying that smartphone owners can only focus on a given topic for 45 seconds. And I remember that back in primary school, nobody drove me there. I walked every day. Halfway through a class, or halfway through the classes, there was a recess, because it was said that children could only focus for 20 minutes or 45 minutes, not 45 seconds. And that shows you how our functioning has deteriorated, not just among children, but among adults. But we, grown-ups, we spent our childhoods without smartphones. So our brains are less affected. 17 years was enough to bring about a generation of people who are not living in the real world. We're dealing with patients who received a digital device, more attractive than anything else to a young child. They were handed their first device at the age of 2. Children are given tablets. We're no longer sitting them down in front of a TV. We often fail to appreciate the social harm caused by television. Poland, right next to the US, has the longest exposure time to television, the longest, the highest figures of TV watching. A 2-year-old is given a tablet. To see cartoons. One of my colleagues was very concerned because her 2-year-old niece, whom she tried to get interested in a beautiful green landscape outside the window, she looked at it for just a few seconds, and then she started to make this gesture with her hand to swipe it, and the landscape wouldn't move, so she lost interest. So this generational change is huge. It's underestimated. And as parents, we are unprepared, we're helpless, And that is the first conclusion we might draw from our experiences. So aside from this natural break, this natural generational shift or change, there is a break in the communication between adults and young children. I encourage our audience to ask questions during our discussion, especially the young people who are present and who can surely tell us a lot or teach us a lot. Feel free to raise your hands. There's a question at the back. Good morning. Julia Kuralewska. I'm a student, a university student. You ended your statement saying that it's a generational change that we have no control over. But is it not that the adults are deciding to spend all of their time in front of screens and the kids are simply following in their footsteps? Parents are tired from work. There's no support. It's not that there was support back in the past. It's simply that children are copying their parents, and parents simply aren't responding appropriately. Maybe they should be given ready-made solutions, like getting rid of your tablet and your phone in your free time. Thank you for that question. I don't think that we are helpless and there's nothing we can do. I think we're unprepared. We lack the resources, and we should be solving that problem first. Of course, parents are also impacted by technology. They're not good role models of technology use. So in our center, we are treating digital addictions. We work both with parents and children, and our observations regarding parents are that they are often not aware of the influence of technology on themselves. And I was interested in what Gabriel was saying. I think that kids are essentially helping themselves in their peer group. But parents are not given adequate support and knowledge. Anecdotally, to put it anecdotally, nobody prepares us to be a parent. Whereas in order to drive a car, we need to finish a course and pass a test, pass an exam, which is rather demanding. But nobody prepares us to be parents. Once we become parents, however, it's rare that we have opportunities to learn anything. And of course, I know, and I know that we learn a lot from our parents. We learn by example. But our parents have nothing to say on these topics. They simply don't understand this dramatic difference, so we have to go through it ourselves. We're lacking parenting schools. So ways for parents to learn, get support. So I think prevention should be first and foremost addressed to parents of preschoolers rather than high schoolers. Most of our patients are teenagers. So late primary school students and high school students. It's very hard to convince a 16-year-old that they need help if for the last 8 years of their lives they communicated with the world solely through digital media, and they think that it's that they're being punished when their devices are taken away.
Yes, definitely. That's what the report about young minds and the Martyna Wojciechowska Foundation is about. Those are the conclusions. In Poland, I think we lack education on digital hygiene, and not just for the community of students, but also for parents, because if parents have an older child and they find out at a parent-teacher conference about digital hygiene. That's a concept that's relatively new in Poland and unknown. So if they have a younger child, they can work with that. They can help that younger child have digital hygiene, because younger children get devices early on, and I think educating parents should be a priority, and that's the second installment of the Atome program that I'm representing today. It's about educating parents about depression and digital hygiene. Thank you very much for that question, because it's a good transition from scaring and depressing people towards building hope, because your question contains the germs of what can be done, of an answer to what can be done. I want to address Żaneta Malesińska. I see that you were smiling previously during the last statements, because your center deals with breaking up, deals with problems in communicating between parents and young people. Yes, good morning. I was smiling because I also agree with the previous speakers, and I was smiling because I work in a community psychiatric and psychotherapy center, one of 6 that answer to the psychiatric hospital in Suwałki, thanks to Director Bożena Łapińska, who organized these centers, these outreach psychiatric and psychotherapy centers. We are providing support to parents, because the main problem parents face is their inability to respond to the frequency, the amount, and the quality to what young people are exposed to online. And they have different ideas how to cope. They often ask, should we take away their devices or not? And because that's a solution that they pin their hopes on. We do have a school for parents at our center, where we're trying to give them driving licenses, these driving permits that they don't have. They haven't passed their driving exams. There are classes for future newlyweds. These can be questionable. For parents, there are Lamaze classes or birthing classes, but later on they're left to their own devices. We support parents in our school for parents, and this is a dream I have. I'd love schools to teach. I'd love digital hygiene to be part of the school curriculum. Because let's face it, this is a world that we will be living in, that we live in. It's a world that's very helpful. We can't say that it's all bad, but it is true to say that it is helpful in many situations. I'm struck by the word against. I tried not to sit under the word against, because let's tell young people who aren't motivated, who are apathetic, who are listless, tell them that they should fight. And the word against doesn't really sound great, because against implies a struggle, and struggle can lead to defeat. These young people have experienced a lot of failure, so I liked what the Deputy Marshal said about signing a declaration for persons struggling with depression, in support of persons struggling with depression. So we're trying to support parents and children. The research shows that online presence is highest between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. This is after children come back from school and parents come home from work. So instead of bonding together and spending time together, children and their parents try and use digital media, social media, games, go online to unwind, to look for support, but also to have for rapid gratification, because just when we ask for a service to be done quickly, well, and cheaply, our brain can work quick, good, and cheap. But this satisfaction, this is provided by games and social media. The dopamine rush is immediate, and so you have rapid gratification, which is easy to obtain, and that's very tempting. So the sequences that we have mood swings, we feel uncomfortable, we look for relief, we want to unwind, and the easiest fix is social media that provide temporary relief but don't address the problems. I wouldn't entirely agree that it's this sense of feeling uncomfortable that makes you want to unwind. It's a two-way connection. I think that digital media for us are very appealing because they stimulate our our centers of pleasure, and with the way we're designed, we try and get satisfaction and gratification quickly and use easily. But there is a price to pay for that. And overstimulation that we're all living with, this has an adverse impact on us. This people who compulsive social media or digital media users have executive and anatomical changes similar to people who have substance dependency. The volume of their subcortical, the core of an area in the brain, this is the center of pleasure and motivation, is affected. We also can't forget that hyper stimulation of dopamine stimulation comes at a time of neurodivergency. That is a stage in neural development when the key centers regulating our emotional control, cognitive, emotional processing mechanisms. So when this factor that is detrimental to the function, it corresponds corresponds to this most susceptible period, this can lead to long-term consequences. I think that few people realize that the consequences can affect generations to come. Just to be a little more moving away from the topic of this debate, there is research showing that stimulation of the dopamine receptors, we only have studies of animals because bioethical commissions only approved these. So if a male and a female have offspring, and these individuals, if physical symptoms of cocaine dependence, then their offspring will be affected 4 generations on. The response will be the same as individuals who are actually dependent on the substance. So some predispositions are passed on genetically. This is speculative. This goes beyond the topic of our discussion, but if we want to be responsible parents, and if we want to be responsible later on we need to try and understand the long-term consequences. Yes, I think that shows how responsible we are for what we do, for our choices. And in fact, it's a little overwhelming, this responsibility, given the scale involved. Yes, I see we have questions. Let's begin with the lady here. I'm sorry, the gentleman. Yes, good morning. I have a question to the young man and the lady from Suwałki. Please be more clear. How am I supposed to know what digital hygiene is? This is the first time I've heard that expression. Do you want me to look it up online? So what is digital hygiene? Digital hygiene, of course, that's a concept, that's a term that I mentioned. We don't know what's too much, what's too little. There are some guidelines, some indications, but if parents ask if is 2 hours a day too much, some 8 hours in front of a computer for a child was a lot, but that was the norm during the pandemic when we had remote learning. So as I see it, as I understand it, digital hygiene is an approach is when we realize, when we ask whether something is good for us or whether something is habit forming. So such paying attention to how we operate and how it affects us. So that's what I had in mind. There's no guidelines, there aren't any guidelines, at least not that I'm aware of, to define. There is no definition of the concept. For me, digital hygiene means mindful, being attentive, making sure, does our digital media affecting us in a negative way or not? So did that answer your question? Not quite. Could we add something? Well, I have the impression that, for instance, let me try and explain it like this. For instance, one day I spent 3 hours on social media, and digital hygiene can, for instance, and you can interpret it. So am I aware that I spent 3 hours online scrolling social media, and was it productive? Personally, I think it didn't give me anything. I just spent 3 hours scrolling social media. So that's digital hygiene, digital awareness. If I'm checking my phone at a bus stop, will I check when my bus is coming, or do I go to Facebook and scroll posts from my school? So that's the question: how we explain, how we understand digital hygiene. I think that's my attempt at a definition. It's also, I think, in line with the definition provided by doctors. Personally, the issue of, digital hygiene is something I'd understand. I'd see it in a way, it's planning. It has to do with planning, because if we follow our impulses, our urges, most people who come to see psychiatrists are aware that they have a habit, but they can't control it. They don't have the supervisory control mechanisms. So regarding digital hygiene, I'd see it in terms of planning. If I want to spend so many hours working, I want to spend so many hours on family relations, on bonding. There's some time for personal hygiene in other areas, for instance, physical activity, exercise. So that leaves us some time, and for most people, I suppose it's no more than 30 minutes a day to follow your interests digitally, to pursue your interests online. I think we've been given a whole gamut of answers. Let's have some more questions. Good morning, Katarzyna Pszczoła. You've been saying a lot about responsibility, the responsibility of parents for digital childcare, for raising children in a digital environment. I fully agree. However, we need to see it more broadly. As a mother of an 8-year-old who doesn't have a phone, who doesn't have a laptop, who doesn't have a tablet of her own, she comes back from school and says she was supposed to download an application with her math homework. At school, the math homework is also on tablets, English tablets, Polish is tablets, and then it turns out that my child doesn't have her own digital devices, but then I'm powerless because the school exposes her to digital media, and then she has to come home and do her math homework. These happy giraffes that jump up and down if you do your sums correctly. So if I want to sit down with the child over a piece of paper where there aren't any flashing moving images. So it isn't just parents, but the entire school system and society generally. Thank you for that contribution. I think we'll comment on that. We'll try and comment on that when answering the next question from the room. Roman Rynkowski, I'm the deputy mayor of the town of Suwałki. A question to Gabriel, 2 questions to join in to follow up on the previous question. For some time now, there's been a public debate on banning smartphones in schools, and some countries have imposed a smartphone ban. In Poland, it's still being considered. So you, as the representative of the younger generation, how do you see that? And my second question has to do with what you mentioned in your first contribution, namely the visiting school counselors or school psychologists, school counselors, is a punishment. I was thinking about that. I felt that sometimes seeing psychologists and counselors involves a stigma. That's so when they go see the nurse, that's normal, but if they go to see the counselor, that's some kind of stigma, and it exposes them to hate. To answer the first question, in my elementary school, I wasn't allowed to bring a smartphone to school, so it's something I experienced myself in 1 through 3. It's self-evident, it's obvious that phones ought to be banned, not allowed. Soft skills, communicating with adults, that those are skills that ought to be developed and taught. And in 4 through 7, in grades 4 through 7, I'd also be in favor of banning the use, not possession, of smartphones and tablets. Many people take notes on iPads instead of notebooks. So in high school, I wouldn't. I don't. I usually spend recess with my friends. But in elementary school, they should be banned. Elementary school teaches basic skills, while high school provides more sophisticated, more skills. So yes, to answer your question, yes, phones should not be allowed in elementary school. As for high school, I'd be skeptical because they can be useful in class, but I see no need in elementary school. Second question on the stigma related to seeing the counselor. In our elementary school, yes, you were sent to see the counselor as punishment. We don't have that in high school anymore, and I think that so with younger children, the issue of depression is commonplace, but it's not. But they wouldn't call it depression. But they might say my mood is low. And as young people, just generalizing, we were not often aware that we can be depressed. So stigma, at least based on my experience, that stigma exists in elementary school and primary school. Children form groups. So I say something nasty to someone, and so that gives me some credibility. But in high school, the students don't care all that much. I put it colloquially, but I think it really reflects the facts, the situation. Yes, the question of banning of cell phones, smartphones in school, this should be the subject of a public debate, and I think I'll turn it to you. I'll look at the young people in the room. Perhaps you could weigh in. What do you think about this ban? Is this feasible? Is this necessary? Would it be effective? Would it change anything? Yes, could we have someone representing the younger generation? Olivia Kopanko. I'm in a class. I'm a classmate of Gabriel's. I think that banning cell phones in high school wouldn't work. Everybody, if somebody wants to spend time with their friends, they can do so. If not, then they're free to do whatever they want. But I think that in elementary school, cell phones, smartphones should be banned because children should build relationships with their peers and with adults. So I think smartphones should not be allowed in elementary school. Yes, thank you very much for that contribution. The lady in the back, I wanted to add that I also wanted to add in some schools there are overall blanket prohibitions on bringing phones. Although I'm not as young as I'd like to be, I remember. While I agree that, but sometimes you need to have your phone with you if you want to get in touch with your parent to pick you up. So using phones in school should not be allowed, but you should be allowed to bring your phone to school. Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. This also relates to what the doctor said on interacting with digital media at a time when foundations are being created, built, is more significant than at times when the whole structure is nearly complete. But the ban on phone use in school shouldn't be brought down, shouldn't be limited to a simple overall blanket ban. This leads us to the fact that digital media also have their advantages, obviously. So how can digital media help young people cope with the problems, the psychological problems, the mental problems they face? Gabriel, I have the impression that when we use social media, we feel a sense of belonging. We feel like we're part of something. I follow someone, and I feel I belong to the group of fans of that person. This gives us a sense of community that we don't have in real life. And to comment on the ban on phone use in elementary school, an alternative to social media in elementary school would be training social skills or communication skills. We're getting that in elementary schools. This is being taught by counselors and psychologists. This is a great alternative to TikTok, Instagram, because children and also teenagers learn social skills. They learn how to communicate. They learn how to build up these relations in a responsible way. And that's what I wanted to say. And as for the advantages of social media, there's this sense of belonging, which you can interpret in two ways. Of course, it keeps us hooked to our phone and Instagram, but it's also good because if we can't relate, if we have problems, if we're in an environment that doesn't accept us for some reason, then we can get acceptance in social media, or we can learn about mental health by following Martyna Wojciechowska or the Nowyza Foundation. And this can provide a source of information when we can't, or when we're ashamed or afraid to go see a psychologist or a specialist. I want to ask Krzysztof Paliński and Żaneta Malesińska about alternatives. We have social media that take up a lot of our time. We've been talking about digital hygiene, about cutting down on social media, but there's also the question of coming up with a positive alternative. In your therapeutical practice, do you give these alternatives?
Yes, of course. Our first, the first thing we do in raising awareness among parents is to tell them what these social media give children, the sense of belonging. It's a safe space to explore their emotions. And you can safely look at your anger, at your fears, because you're sort of not doing it directly. So I usually ask the parent, I ask them, like, what can you propose in exchange? And I agree that parents should be unburdened. First of all, we try not to instill guilt. It doesn't help. It's not helpful to guilt trip parents. So certainly, when these media are widely available, we should be getting support from the system. Parents should be supported. So we always ask about alternatives. If the child isn't using their phone, what can they do? However, whenever we see that the child spends a lot of time on their phone or playing games or on social media, the first thing psychologists do is they propose exercise, physical activity, talking about sleep, nutrition, all the factors that support the fight against depression, but also promote alternative ways of spending time. We would like parents to have something to propose that creates dopamine rather than just being online. Another important thing mentioned by Gabriel, prevention and working with parents before the problem truly develops. Our association has two centers. One is a healthcare center, another is a counseling center. And in both those centers, we respect and we teach digital hygiene through various types of workshops. But the city of Białystok is probably the first city in Poland which has a large-scale behavioral addictions prevention program that we administer as the association. And this year, over 14,000 people from Białystok participated. It's financed by the municipality, by the city. And we will be proposing this scheme to other cities and other regions. The alternatives that you mentioned, to my adult patients, I often ask my adult patients, do they all talk to their families at least once a day? Do they meet, say, during meal times, without their phones? So I think we should be restoring presence, mindfulness. Usually our family life is simply about the fact that we live at one place, we have one address and one fridge, and that's too little for young people who are facing all these changes and being bombarded mercilessly, being overstimulated. Plus, the parents are overstimulated. So I truly resonate with what you said about unburdening parents and not guilting them. And nobody taught us how to deal with this reality. And you can't really do much if you are feeling guilty. But just being there, being together, talking, having at least one meal a day together. The parents often say we don't have time to eat dinner together, but they do. We all have the same amount of time, the same 24 hours. If we can't have dinner together, let's have breakfast or supper. But let's talk for half an hour or an hour. Let's exchange about ourselves rather than about the news. Let's not, like a teenage son might write his mother, "Can you make me some tea?" with a text message. That's ridiculous. So we need to model communication, and there's no better way of countering these behaviors than modeling healthy behaviors. Thank you so much. I think that's very important to say. Let's get the next question. Maybe we can get a mic on the right. Thank you very much. I feel heard. Can you hear me? So I feel heard, even though the mic wasn't working for a second. Thank you for giving me the floor. Magda Woźniak. I'm from UNICEF. And I would like to respond to the question about digital hygiene very briefly. Although you just mentioned one part of digital hygiene, namely finding a shared time when people put away their phones to sit down together. If you're seeking more materials or if you have more questions, I'd like to recommend the Giving Children Strength campaign to you. It has a subsection on home screen rules. It relates to digital hygiene and how we can deal as a family community with everyone having some kind of device. So at the beginning, Gabriel said that most of his friends whom he surveyed said that using social media brings their mood down, whereas Janeta said that using media releases dopamine. It gives you a dopamine rush, and it's easily available. So I think it's interesting, the contrast that we have here. So even though we know it brings down our mood, and yet we reach for it to get a quick fix. I'm also a mother, and I feel a deep need to find solutions. So if I'm a parent who is worried about my child and I don't want to sit them down in front of, I don't want to take away their connection or pull out their cable, the older kids will easily find another one. But what would you recommend to a parent who feels helpless to help their child stop, a parent who sees that the child needs to stop and that it's bringing them down? So the first thing that comes to mind is check exactly what the child is trying to do. If they're trying to fix their mood, we propose alternatives. Sometimes there are relationship difficulties. It's not simple, it's not easy. Everybody wants parents to talk to each other, to talk to their kids, to have common time, shared time with their kids, shared activities. But sometimes it's not always possible. There are relational problems or traumas, childhood traumas. So sometimes closeness seems impossible. So the first thing that comes to my mind is closeness, relationships. The question, like, what are you looking for? What do you need? So just sitting down to talk to your child about this is the starting point. It's hard to say what comes next because the replies might be different. I have 3 sons, and when I ask my 15-year-old about what he's looking for online, he's saying, I'm just chilling, I'm just... because we tend to sort of do it mindlessly, leave our problems behind for a moment. So I say to him, maybe we could do some physical activities, like go to the gym or sports. I know he likes these. Whereas my younger child, my 11-year-old, tells me he's bored. So he's looking for stimuli. So I tell him boredom isn't bad because it inspires creativity. So we try to find a creative way to pass the time. So depending on what the young person says about what they need, what they're looking for when they're when they're picking up their device. If they're looking for pleasure, we need to ask, is that the only way they can get pleasure? Is that the only way they know? Sometimes I'm simply too tired for anything else, too tired to go for a walk or to make a gourmet meal that will stimulate my taste buds and give me pleasure. The easiest thing to do is to pick up your device. But if my child knows of other ways of passing the time pleasurably, they might, then it's okay for them to use social media occasionally, for instance, to get inspiration. But if I see that it's the only way they know to improve their mood, then I ask what went wrong, and I try to look for some other way of obtaining pleasure. I'll hand it over to Gabriel in a moment, but before I do, let me remind you, you can also ask your questions online. Gabriel, do you have a response? I think what you said is quite interesting because it depends on what sort of content we're looking at online. So, for instance, on Instagram, the longer I look at content related to, say, the news, I'll be getting more of that because of the algorithm, and I won't even see a post by one of my classmates, which might lift my mood briefly if I learn about the recent current events in Poland, or I might feel worse if I see my friend posting from somewhere, from a party, say, and I'm not there. I'm missing out. Darysiak, I am the provincial consultant for public health, and you're touching on very important issues. But one thing that I'm missing is we're talking about the here and now. Civilization can't turn back. We can't turn back the clock. We can't turn back technical progress. You've been saying go online and find the materials, but we're online again. One thing that I'm missing is emotions, regulating emotions. Nobody ever taught parents, and it simply won't happen. But as a parent, you have clear duties. If you're asking about pulling out a cable to a 2-year-old child who's given a tablet, somebody had to give them that tablet in the first place and show them this behavior. If most of us are online between 4 and 6 p.m., that means there are no relationships. That means that it's more convenient to give a child a phone or pick up a phone. And it doesn't solve the problem. We'd have to go back to when a child is born and start at the very beginning. So I think prevention, but not simply by going to a counselor and trying to find a solution. Like, tell me, what do I do to pull out the cable? But have you as a parent reflected on it, on what you've given the child and what what alternatives you can provide. So every time you fail to unplug the kid, you're not really doing any soul searching. You're not really regulating yourself or your family. Technologies are proliferating and they'll keep proliferating. At no point did you tell us, for instance, to pick up a paper copy of the materials. You said go online. So that's natural then, that's here to stay. I think the biggest problem is that we're all explaining everything away through lack of time. We don't have time. We don't have time to have a meal together. But nobody's dying of starvation. But there is an epidemic, and we had the pandemic, a pandemic of disturbed, of relational disturbance, of isolation. So, generalizing alienation, isolation. The child is alone in their room with a phone. They're not getting acceptance. Anxiety increases. It's false acceptance, what we get on social media, because you're anonymous. If you just want to unload your negative emotions, you can attack people. And if you're trying to boost your self-esteem, you're not really analyzing whether these are worthwhile activities. So I think that we will respond to your statement in the next round. What you seem to be saying is there's no escape from responsibility for parents, students, and young people. One needs to be responsible for oneself as well. Next question. So I am a parent, and it is my privilege and my inconvenience to represent the IT sector. And my kids received their devices when they were little. That's how I make my living. So I thought, maybe I could train them. I could train them in the craft. And I wonder whether I did the right thing. I can't turn back the clock, but I put a lot of energy into providing time for us to spend together on a daily basis. We try to eat a meal together every day. And previously to my son's 8th grade exam, he said, I'm taking the bike, I'm going biking. We live in Białystok, so after an hour, he sends us a picture from Tykocin, 40 kilometers away, where he's having ice cream. And today he's here taking part in this conversation, so I'd like to congratulate him. And tell all parents that it's not about guilting ourselves. That's not what we should be doing. You can have a meal together. You can go for a walk together to the forest. You can go swimming. There are literally hundreds of things you can do. Think about what gives you pleasure as a parent and show that world to your child. Those digital things won't be an impediment. My communication with Gabriel is often limited to text messages saying, please, send me some money. Thank you for that statement, because it shows some hope and proves that we can effectively handle those challenges. I don't have to respond to my dad, I hope. I'd like to respond to the lady. So yes, social skills training and communication training, that's very important, and we should be introducing that in elementary schools, even in kindergartens, because it's foundational. Throughout my primary school, I had such classes. Today, I can say I can communicate with people quite well. And introducing that across different institutions where young people spend their time is indispensable. There's a counselor, a psychologist at every school by now, so they can run such training. Thank you. if we could get the next question.
Agata Lulevich, I'm a psychotherapist and a psychologist. You've kind of stolen my thunder a little, because I was hoping to say how wonderful it is that Gabriel is with us here today. And all the questions you're getting, that also shows how important it is for us to listen to the younger generation, to young people today, because as a psychotherapist, as an educator, as a trainer, as a coach, it's said that actually young people who will lead us, guide us to the digital revolution, because you're the ones who know best, obviously. We do rely on expert knowledge, but your inside experience, your insider knowledge can help us, can tell us what you need and how to keep the balance, how to strike that balance. Because obviously we will be downloading content online, we'll be using the internet, but we need to do it in the right way. And what you're saying is very inspiring, very interesting, and also for schools, educators, counselors, principals, headmasters. They have to ask young people, because apart from children who are highly addicted, there are young people who have a lot of great ideas. And again, I'm following what's going on around the world, in the States, in the United States, 20-year-olds, and also in Poland. In Poland, they are talking about digital hygiene, digital detox, buying dumb phones, buying gray screen phones. It was a young person who told me that I can gray out my smartphone, which means that as a result I'm using it less. So how do you see it, these tendencies? Is this something that's becoming more popular, that's reaching young people? Well, personally, I have my gray screen on. It switches on at 9 p.m. and through 7 a.m. So I gray screen my phone, and I think any phone has these settings now. You have all sorts of trends that they come to us from the West as usual, but I feel that these trends with phones, with various types of phones, including gray screens or buying simpler dumb phones, this is something that the Generation Z is adopting, because in high school and secondary school, it's Generation Alpha, born after 2010. That's and they're the generation that was born with a phone in their hand. So Generation Z, people my age and older, 22-year-olds, were born without a phone in their hand. And now there's a resurgence, there's a comeback to what they had in the 1990s. But in my circles, and in Białystok it's not all that common, but in Warsaw, Berlin, and Vienna, this is becoming more widespread based on what my friends are telling me and what you said about programs of prevention that you have in schools. In my high school, in my local high school, we have a social initiative group, and we have some people from this group with us in the room today. And at the moment, we're currently we're consulting it with the educator we have here in the room with Eva. So we have the school 4.0 school. We're the fourth high school. So we're trying to diagnose the needs of our student community. What needs do they have? Does the infrastructure correspond? Is it adequate to our needs? Seeing schools as a place where we learn, that's not enough. It's where I spend most of my time, or a lot of my time, most every day. And so I want to spend that time usefully in a valuable way. I want school to be a home away from home, an alternative. That's why we have a lot of opportunities to relax, we spend time in the courtyard, in the schoolyard, we communicate. and we also have a program of prevention and education. And if I could ask Miss Eva to tell us more about that. Okay, in a nutshell, the purpose of the program is to make students feel more comfortable in the classroom. If there's a problem, then homeroom teachers can go to a counselor, can refer the program to counselors, and the counselors can step in. Stepping in intervention, that's not enough, but they can support the homeroom teacher in dealing with the conflict, to clear the air, kind of, and not brush it under the carpet, if you will. But but it's still latent. It's still a problem. But I was hoping Ms. Eva would say more. But but I think thanks, and let's have some more questions. Let's also have the microphone here in the first row. Yes. Good morning. Katarzyna Szczypińska at the higher school in Białystok. I have 4 sons. I'm a mom of 4 sons, and I wanted to comment on what we've said here and comment on what the doctor said here specifically. The doctor said that using digital media, it can be compared to is an addiction. And as long as, until we realize that we're dealing tangible, if we saw a child with a cigarette or a shot of alcohol, a shot of hard liquor, nobody would accept that socially. But there is permission for them to use phones and screens. So this is we have the research. We have research proving that the brain develops until you're 25 years old, until someone is 25 years old. So when talking about depression, it's hard to say what age group we're talking about. Is it high schoolers, secondary schoolers, or preschoolers? Because not everybody can be put in the same basket. And if in schools, while I will agree that there's no such parents, you can't educate all parents, but if they saw a drawing, if they saw a shot of hard liquor in the hand of a preschooler or a cigarette and an equals social media, then maybe that might speak to them in some way. That might, but I think there should be a systemic approach, namely research in the United States, recent studies in the US, trying to account for the rise in depression. Ever since smartphones came on the market, the smartphone selfie with a selfie. Could I get a conclusion, please? Yes, with a selfie capability. Depression had always existed. It's just that it's snowballed in recent years. It's been, and so whereas depression had always existed, but young people who grew up with smartphones, depression is, there's a whole avalanche, a whole landslide, a surge, a groundswell of depression. And if we don't have a ban, a top-down prohibition of smartphone use, just as you can't drink before the age of 18, the drinking age is 18, so, and the brain develops until the age of 25. So that's not, so you really shouldn't ask young people, given that their brains are still developing. But let me just briefly, let's just give one last thing I wanted to say on about this sense of discomfort that parents can have. We live in a world where we feel uncomfortable, where there are always things that stress us out and make us uncomfortable. Parents ought to be able to experience this, feel uncomfortable for having done given their children smartphones. But as of today, I will turn over a new leaf. I wasn't aware of this, but now I know, and things will change. So you can't dilute it, you can't water down the problem. Thank you. I think we'll take one more question and answer both questions together. Good morning. I work in a psychiatric hospital, or I'm the head of a psychiatric hospital, which has 6 community centers for young people, and I'm very happy that we have so many associations and NGOs and societies. This is a truly valuable, worthwhile initiative. But as the National Health Fund, which pays, which supports, which funds us, finances our activities. For now, we have 8,500 children in 6 centers, since 6 regional centers. We've diagnosed, for some years now, we've been trying to understand why we have so many young people coming to us, although we're happy that they are coming to us. But the main problem, the problem is a deficit of attention. It's they don't get enough attention. Janetta has said this already. Children with come to us with problems. We diagnose that. We've spoken about teaching parents. We tried to open or set up a school for parents, and in fact, we have been running such a school for a year now in 2 towns. And that's an initiative that's independent of our contract with the National Health Service. It's not in the basket of services provided, so remunerated. So perhaps this would be the best area, the best way of working with parents, and it should be supported by the National Health Service or by the budget. We have young people, young therapists, young psychologists who are very creative and who are great at dealing with all the problems. They help the kids, they help the parents, but this is a benefit that should be supported by the health ministry. Thank you for that, which leads us to our next panel. The panel we'll have after the coffee break that we'll have in a moment. We've been hearing comments and thoughts rather than questions, or these were comments and thoughts rather than questions. So now it's time to wrap up our panel. Could we get 3 sentences from each of you on the main, on what you found most important in the last 90 minutes into this discussion? If I were to wrap up this discussion and provide conclusions, the addictive potential of digital media is enormous. It far exceeds substances that we know, that we are aware of. The risk has to do with it's not seen as damage, as harmful, which is but that's obviously wrong. But they are harmful. The how it impacts health, in terms of impact on health. Everybody who has high cholesterol will know that eating fatty meals is off limits, that fatty meals are off limits. So I think that anybody who has a mental health crisis should be aware that there are digital media that aren't right for them, that are harmful. And as I wanted to say at the beginning, we shouldn't be speaking in terms of mood disorders or depression disorders, but generally about control disorders, which are part of all mental health disorders, neurodevelopmental, like ADHD, which was mentioned implicitly, but also control disorders, which are manifest as personality disorders, mania, manic disorder, and even in something that doesn't seem related directly to digital media, as cognitive issues, the question of numbness. So we have research that in all areas of mental health we suffer if we don't draw borders, if we don't establish borders. Janeta, yes, I think I'll leave it to everyone to draw their own conclusions. I think we'll have our own thoughts, but there are two things I wanted to share. First of all, when prepping for this conference, when doing my homework, I was using social media. I wanted to do research. I wanted to see. I mean, I'm a bookworm myself, and what I know mainly comes from reading books. But I want to tell you that last night, over the last week, I was so overstimulated and so tired. I think it's an experience I had that helped me understand young people, because I could have taken definitions and concepts from encyclopedias. However, young people have access to so many sources that it can overstimulate them. It can be too much for them to handle. And the second, well, a panel. A panel is an opportunity to say so much. We represent different positions, different opinions, but what is happening today is relations. We are present, we communicate, even though we see things differently. So I want to thank you all for your contribution, and also the emotions. We see how emotional the subject is making us, and I want these relationships and working with emotions. I want this to be something we concentrate on in our efforts to improve mental health, mental digital hygiene, and our own situations. Krzysztof Poliński. Yes, I very much subscribe to what one of the ladies said at the end. I'm far be it from me to disregard or to dismiss the way new digital media affect ourselves and our children and everyone. The dependency, the addiction, which is part of the mental health crisis that we're dealing with, but this is merely a symptom. What concerns me, what I'm worried about, is that these discussions, that in 10, 15 years' time, a conversation like this will be impossible because we will not notice the changes that have happened. We are living already in a society that's dopamine starved. My co-panelist, my wonderful co-panelist, is living proof that you can live in a digital era and you can be and congratulations on your son, sir. But something that we ought to be concerned about is what's happening to all of us. Those, my patients, for instance, families in crisis, adults in crisis, who are in crisis because their children are in crisis, and they are the ones who will be deciding, who will be making the choices, what we'll do when we need our dopamine fix, and we withdrawal, and we shouldn't wait for someone to do things for us. Instead, we should all take the initiative, and we should do everything we can. And also, let's treat each other seriously. Let's be responsible. Let's take responsibility for our actions. Gabriel, I need to think about this. So, well, first of all, to summarize, to recap, social and communication skills training in elementary school and preschool, even in nursery school or creches. This is something that ought to be taught, and young people today are being heard, just as I'm talking to you, and the city of Białystok has this Atomy program, and as young people we worked with experts, we took part in debates, we worked with counselors, with city council counseling center employees. And digital hygiene, I can educate my peers. My peers can educate me, conversely, but we can also educate our parents. And our parents can also educate us. We can glean information from social media. I want to thank all of you for coming here, for listening to us. I want to thank the local government for doing a good job. And I think it's also important what you said, madam. That's what will stay with me. What you said about the schools for parents, and maybe the marshal's office might earmark some funds because to this end, because for us as the region of Podlasie, this would give us an opportunity to change our thinking, to change the way we perceive depression and its symptoms, its consequences and its causes. And this might, again, but I'm glad. It's important that politicians listen to us. Thank you to our panelists, thank you to our audience, and now join us for the next panel at 11:35. Try and be prompt because this is being live streamed, and thank you.
prosimy o zajmowanie miejsca. Proszę Państwa, zapraszam na nasz kolejny panel. W czasie poprzedniej dyskusji rozmawialiśmy o problemach psychicznych wśród dzieci i młodzieży w bardzo konkretnym, specyficznym kontekście mediów społecznościowych. Jeden z naszych panelistów powiedział, że 50% przypadków depresji, które są poddawane terapii w jego ośrodku, ma związek z mediami społecznościowymi, z uzależnieniem od internetu, ale pozostaje drugie 50%. Poza depresją pozostają inne zaburzenia o charakterze psychicznym, innego rodzaju wyzwania. I o tym będziemy mówili w czasie tej rozmowy. Problemy psychiczne.
Discussion. Children, young people's mental health problems aren't just a medical problem, it's a social health and educational problem. We will be talking about causes, effective ways of supporting young people, and the things that could be changed within the system to support young people and their families dealing with these challenges. Let's have our therapists on the stage. Marta Brzezina, a behavioral therapist, a psychologist of young people and children from the Independent Special Psychiatric Health Center in Suwałki. Agata Lulewicz, psychologist from the Children's Assistance Center of the Białystok chapter of the Klanza Association. Iwona Mazur, plenipotentiary of the Board for Developing Child Psychiatry, Milicz Medical Center.
panią Magdalenę Woźniak-Frymus,
and Magdalena Woźniak-Frymus, education specialist, UNICEF Office for Reacting to the Needs of Refugees in Poland, UNICEF Refugee Response Office in Poland.
bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenia na nasz panel.
Thank you for accepting the invitation to this panel. Today's conference features the theme of Podlaskie Against Depression, but we're not just talking about depression, we're also talking about other mental health challenges in this age group. If you could give us a brief overview of the most frequent challenges that you will encounter in your practice. Maybe let's start with Marta. Of course. Good morning. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's an incredible honor for me and a pleasure to be here amongst this eminent group of experts and members of the public, because I think we can start a good thing going here, and things often start at the grassroots level. I'm especially glad of the presence of young people. Thank you for taking your time to be here, and we can learn a lot from you. Returning to your question, I am a psychologist, and I work in a psychotherapy and psychiatry healthcare center in Sejny. It's one of the 6 centers mentioned before. I come from the smallest county in Poland, which is also a very good thing, result of the reform in the wake of a pilot project designed to reach the smallest community. What are we dealing with? Within our basket of psychological diagnoses, whenever a young person comes to us, a child or a teenager, we need to make a diagnosis after a couple of visits. So as a psychologist, I cannot make a psychiatric diagnosis, but I have our own basket of diagnostic labels. And what we're often dealing with are adaptive reactions to the situation in the family, to what's happening at school, to peer group relations. So we're not a psychiatrist who can enter an F, what is known as an F, but we have a whole host of difficulties that we encounter. And so often these are relational problems, whether in the peer group or with parents. It's usually the spark that sets everything off. So, of course, we look for a diagnostic label, but it's not the most important thing. It's a formality. We're not interested in labels. This was mentioned by someone before, whether it's depression or not depression or some other disorder, some other condition. You introduced me as a therapist. I'm a behavioral therapist, so we analyze behavior and we look more at the difficulties and the behaviors rather than the labels. And I think it's all about relationships. So you look at the person, you look at the problem rather than diagnosis. I think diagnosis is very helpful on many levels within the system we are in. We need a diagnosis in order to prescribe medication, for instance, although it's not straightforward every time in every case. But diagnosis, having an official diagnosis, that opens doors, say, to institutional help or getting additional support hours at school, assistant teachers, and so on. Whereas in our direct work with the child, I don't need to know whether it's X or Y. I focus on the difficulties. And I work on the symptoms. Agata Lulewicz, a child and young people's psychologist at the Białystok chapter of the Klanza Association. This system of psychological support seems rather complicated. We have the health level under the National Health Fund, the local authorities level. Finally, we have NGOs providing assistance. So what's the advantage of acting as an NGO? What can your patients expect from you thanks to your work? So within the framework of NGOs, we have quite a lot of advantages. We have many opportunities open to us, which are more difficult within other structures, for instance, under the National Health Fund. NGOs can apply more creative, innovative solutions. We can follow trends that haven't yet become commonplace for the more systemic formal structures, such as the introduction of protection standards for juveniles. Those were introduced into the law a couple of years ago, whereas our organization, along with the Empowering Children Foundation, we've been promoting those juvenile protection standards in our province since 2013. And many child units in Białystok had such standards in place before they became required by law. So that is one advantage NGOs enjoy. We can train ourselves. We can introduce methods that don't always work under the national healthcare, which works through contracts. We can do more. Another unique thing about NGOs is that we can put a lot of emphasis on interdisciplinary solutions. We can create coalitions. The Children's Assistance Center, which I represent, is part of many coalitions, including the National Coalition to Protect Children, along with the Empowering Children Foundation. We are co-founders, along with 15 other organizations from all over Poland. So that's on the macro level. We can combine, we can share experiences, collaborate with others on a national scale. Also in Białystok, we are working across disciplines. We combine activities from different structures, the National Healthcare Fund, the police, social assistance, schools. We try to create a space to bring all of those together. So on the micro level, where we are at with our association, we work across disciplines within teams. We have an interdisciplinary team on which we sit with experts from many different disciplines who brainstorm together around mental health and mental crises. So this truly sets us apart, sets NGOs apart compared to more traditional and centrally run structures. So more flexibility, more freedom, more room for initiatives. Yes, definitely. Iwona Mazur is the plenipotentiary of the board for developing child psychiatry at the Milicz Medical Center. So you represent medicine, well, the public sector actually. So tell us about what you're dealing with. How does the support you offer differ? The medical support you offered, how does it differ from support provided by healthcare centers and support centers? First of all, thank you for the introduction. So my perspective is slightly different because I don't represent a medical profession. I'm not a doctor, not a psychologist. I'm an economist and an expert on public health with a long background of working in the realm of psychiatry. I ran a daytime psychiatry center in Wrocław for several years. And today I am a plenipotentiary for mental health matters. What does that mean? Well, it means that my colleagues have noticed that the problem of mental health, not just among children but among adults, is extremely important and within units that specialize across many disciplines, like the Village Hospital. Such units need somebody who will focus their attention on mental health and take leadership of that field. So it's not simply something it's not a stick-on. It's not just a small side business. Previously, my colleagues were not happy to learn whenever they would be opening a psychiatry ward that would generate losses. No one needs to be told that psychiatry was and is underfinanced. Nonetheless, I think things are improving, and we are increasingly aware of the significance of good mental health being not just in the context of our personal lives, but it's also very significant for the economy. Without mental health, our GDP will be miserable, will be just as miserable as our mental health. Returning to your question, what can we do in the public sector? Well, we can do quite a bit. It's sort of a myth that we can do little. The reforms implemented in this area have expanded our outreach, both through our centers, mental health centers for adults. We have a whole host of interventions we can provide to support people dealing with such problems, not just as part of hospital care, but also on the local level in local communities. A reform of child psychiatry that entered into force. Unfortunately, it coincided with the outbreak of war in Ukraine. We were all distraught, and just as these centers opened their doors, and we weren't flexible enough, we couldn't find our bearings. But today, the three-stage or three-tier reform of child and youth psychiatry, which guarantees that first level. So these psychological and therapy support centers for young people and children, they offer a really broad array of possibilities to support children, families, and schools. But again, the funding allotted to this purpose is insufficient. And if we fail to appreciate the benefits of this, it's not like taking a pill, you snap your fingers and you feel better. In psychotherapy, we need to wait for the positive effect, but we can do a lot of things. We can work with the family, with the school, with peer groups. We can work individually with a patient. We can refer the patient to level 2, where psychiatrists step in. Level 1 is therapists, social workers, psychologists, and level 2 includes psychiatrists plus psychologists, psychotherapists, and so on. But there are also daytime wards at level 2, so places where the child can stay for over 5 hours or up to 5 hours. The group therapy, longer therapies, that's quite a bit. And finally, level 3. Because community psychiatry is not benefited by one fact. When community psychiatry was introduced, people panicked. They thought psychiatric hospitals would be shut down. Sometimes the language, the way we use to communicate the information. So like saying counteracting or being against depression rather than working for health. So that created unnecessary unrest and uncertainty. There is no way to close all psychiatric hospitals. That's impossible. No one will ever do it. There will always be children and adults who require hospitalization. But we cannot improve a child's condition and restore them to full mental health in an inpatient system. It's not always productive. Sometimes it's counterproductive. Being hospitalized over the long term is not always the right solution. So, but before we go into the system and how it's changed, right now we're just mapping out the support available. Now I'd like to turn to Magdalena Woźniak-Frymus, education specialist from the UNICEF refugee response office in Poland. This is a different world with different problems of different origins. So what is the difference? Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation to today's conference. I'm very happy that we are in Białystok because Podlasie and Białystok for many years have had a very diverse group, a very diverse population. So at UNICEF, in our operations office, we've been working with Białystok ever since the outbreak of the full-scale war in Ukraine. We know that aside from Poles, we have Ukrainians living here and many other nationalities residing in this city. So our office, since 2022, we have been providing help and support in Poland when it comes to education, child protection, health protection, in order to address the new situation and the fact that our country has actually become multicultural. A few words about scale. Today I will be mostly talking about the needs of refugee children. It's an especially vulnerable group, vulnerable to mental health crises, all sorts of crises, but although today we're focusing on mental health and depression, many of our actions over the past 3 years were designed to support the whole system for all children in Poland, because without integrating them into society, there's no mental health. So with regard to scale, we're there for every child, but ever since the start of the war in Ukraine, many refugees have come through Poland. Many refugees have settled down. Some left, some have returned. Currently, it is estimated that there are 993,000 people in Poland with refugee status. And according to UNICEF data and data from the World Health Organization, 1 in every 10 children in that group is struggling with mental health, and over half would like to speak to a therapist or a psychologist about their problems. What's important is that over half of the people who would like to receive such support, who report that these mental problems, these crises, disturb their daily life, 50% have not received such help for various reasons. There's the stigma that's associated with asking for help. There are language barriers, although the longer that they live here, the lower the language barrier. but it's also due to a lack of familiarity with the system, the inability to navigate the system. We talked about the community mental health care centers, hard name. It's so important that those have been established and that they are available. There are about 500 in Poland, but it's not so easy to access them. I'm sure that whether it's me or you, we also have a hard time navigating our own healthcare system. So just imagine how much harder it is for people with the experience of being refugees who don't know the system, who don't know the language. It's even harder for them. So responding to the question about scale, I'll get into what the problems are in a bit, but the scale is huge. We need to treat these children as a group with special needs who require special attention. These children are part of our society, and their mental health is important for their lives, for their well-being, but also for the well-being of the children around them.
Frankly, I'm a little torn because I don't really know what to do, because we have decision makers, we have representatives of local government in the room, and which would be a reason to talk about the entire system. But we also have young people who I'm sure will be more interested to learn how and where they can get help for themselves or for their peers who are struggling with a mental crisis. So where can they turn when they have a problem? Where can young people go? Where can they refer their peers who have mental issues? Seine, try Seine. The town of Seine is willing to help people from the entire region. I'm not sure about patients from outside the region. I'd have to ask my director. But to answer your question seriously, let me begin. I have a preschooler. I'm the mother of a preschooler, and I'm keeping abreast of what's of books. There's a school about Sue, who goes to the dentist, about Stan, who goes to see a physician, but there's nothing about little Joey, who goes to see a psychologist. So teaching or showing young people that they can go to someone and ask for help. I think you need to start at a grassroots level. We need to make this. We often have parents saying, well, I don't know if we have a problem. I don't know if it really merits going to see a psychologist. I try and tell people like that a psychologist is not someone you see when things are very bad. You can always go and see a psychologist. All of us have our problems, our issues, and we can also talk about working on your strengths to make sure that these issues don't arise. So you can have walk-in clinics, and if there is somebody available, you don't need to be referred. So sometimes it's really simple. You can just walk in. Although the awareness campaign, and I was telling a friend of mine just the other day that we were there, and she asked, "Where are you?" But in the clinic, I didn't know that. We've been in the clinic for 5 years. We try and be present in schools, at PDA meetings. We have our Facebook page, so we try. So there's not enough awareness, and the clinic just next door. We've had patients saying that the doctor, the GP, said, you have an office here and I can come and see you. So if GPs, general physicians, knew that we were there, then it wouldn't be a problem. Although, I mean, I don't want a huge problem. I mean, everybody has their own problems, obviously, but it's always worth trying. And one thing I began saying, I feel that young people don't have a problem. There's not, the stigma isn't as great. The stigma largely affects the older generation. I remember this story when I was coming back, probably from the some outreach or some. So I saw a teenager outside the clinic. I think, or he was a 15-year-old, and with two friends of his, and I said, "All of you are all of you here to see me?" "No, we're just here with our friend." So now we have an opportunity to ask young people, do you associate, do you have a problem asking for psychological help? Do you think your peers might have a problem asking for help? I'm sure your perspective here is really truly valuable. So would anybody like to share their thoughts and observations? I think that there's not a lot, few people would be willing to ask for help because they think they can solve their own problems, or that it's not a big problem that they have. It's not the problem. And it's kind of sad because a lot of people are struggling and in silence. They're putting up a brave appearances. They're pretending like everything's okay and something needs to be done, but you don't really know what. Is that because people think that they can solve their own problems, or because they're ashamed? It's embarrassment. I think it's both. This shame. I have a brother in elementary school who has friends who go see psychologists, and so my brother said that other kids make fun of him, saying that he's weird. And this is elementary school. These are fourth graders. These are 11-year-olds. 10-year-olds. So even that they still think it's strange that somebody is seeing a psychologist. On asking for help on where you can turn, yes, the centers are there. You can walk in and ask for a consultation. But as you said, you exist for 5 years, but nobody knows that you're there, and that's a problem. It's a problem of making that known. Let me just say a few words about Milic, my center in Milic, where we know that we can't do it alone. That no matter how excellently your staff, your psychologists and psychologists are, you can't do everything because the resources are limited, funding is limited, but we've opened a coordination center for psychiatric care for child psychiatrists. We are building alliances. It's all cooperative. We were able to engage local government, and earlier than your region, we signed letters of intent on memorandums of understanding on cooperation between 5 counties around the county of Milic in Lower Silesia, southwest Poland, on cooperating for mental health. And this is the first partner. Our first partner is the county authorities and the psychological educational counseling centers, because they're present in schools. We also work with NGOs, with every organization that's working with young people in whatever way. And as you've said, the children, the young people, come to the ward in the hospital, and then sometimes they get help from the psychological psychotherapy centers. Sometimes they also work with a local health center, and we work with general physicians. General family doctors will also notice they will be able to refer young people. This is a quick diagnosis technique. So it's not just a healthcare problem. As I said, it's a social problem. And if all of us, if as adults, we don't feel responsible we don't take responsibility, if we don't try to the best of our abilities from within our own capacity. Sometimes you don't even need skills or competence. Don't need a lot of knowledge. Sometimes you just have to be there for someone, and anyone can do that. I don't know how to help, but let me just sit with you and let's talk, or at least let's go for a walk. And when we all feel that we are in some way responsible, only then will success be possible. And so that's the idea we're trying to promote in our town. I'm really proud of the local authorities. None of them ever told me, Ivona, look, Ivona, this is so smart, it's so lovely what you're saying, but as the mayor, as the local authority, this is a little beyond my brief. No, what they do is they say, okay, tell us what to do, just give us the support, give us the tools. We have children with problems. We don't have a center, but we have other venues, other centers we can refer them to, coordination of activity, complementarity, providing complementary services, social welfare. That's an important part of our work. And if we cooperate, if we work together, we will, success is ensured. Without working together, things will be a lot worse. I think that this individual dimension you mentioned, this stigma, this sense of shame in related to asking for help, I'm sure this is something that we need to respond to. Agata Lulovic, I wanted to say something. I represent Białystok here. And I have these rather grim or gloomy thoughts that come to mind when I'm listening to the conversation, because as a therapist, a psychotherapist, and a psychologist, on an everyday basis, I deal with situations where parents cannot find help right away. This is Białystok, a large city, but it's also our county, and there's also a whole group of people, of individuals who are who are still deciding whether to ask for therapy, whether to start therapy. But also practice shows that we don't have enough resources to accommodate everybody who needs help. There is a long waiting line, there's a waiting list for parents, and a systemic challenge for local authorities and the city authorities of Białystok, as well as other stakeholders. We need to do something about something that we're encountering, the dentistification of psychiatric care. So because of the long waiting line, of the long waiting list for diagnosis, for family therapy, for seeing a psychiatrist, it's again, if a child is in crisis, we have emergency, we have accident and emergency wards, but there are parents who identify the first symptoms of a crisis, something's happening, and then they have to wait in line. So what we have to offer, no matter how diverse, no matter how, even though it's in line with all the guidelines, it's still insufficient. So if this also, so if young people, the system will be overburdened, just as public dentistry is. And so we're working with children and young people. Also needs to relate, also needs to be connected with psychiatric help for adults, because for young people or children in crisis this is often because of problems in the family, problems with adults. So children. So sometimes when we have young patients, we their parents are also told that they should also ask for help, but then they have to wait 2 years, and then they have to go ask for private help. We can't help children until parents get support. Family therapy, which, as we all know, is fundamental for children in crisis, that's insufficient when it's free of charge or refunded. So for families who need that, you know. About divorces, separations, crises in the family, and so we couples therapy. This is also only provided practically privately in private offices, private therapists. But this has a bearing. This directly impacts the situation in the family. I think, given what we have in Białystok, you'll have coaches and coaches of people going to Sejna, because the waiting list for the national health is really long here, and we need to provide greater availability at the early stages. Psychotherapists are also always a support to their clients, and I'm speaking for the lady who asked the question. Do you feel your question has been answered? So let's try and rephrase it. You said that that shame is an obstacle, that stigma, social stigma. How do we overcome stigma and shame? How do we convince people to ask for help? Educate, and educate. And as Grzegorz said, Gabriel said, educate at a young age. Have little books for children. What it's like when little Franek goes to see a psychologist. So readers or books for young children. It's okay to see a psychologist. Education. We have publications for groups at risk, groups with specific conditions, but we need to reach out to those who are healthy. We have information campaigns in schools, or schools have their own information or awareness building campaigns to reduce the stigma. We will never be able to eliminate stigma altogether, but we make it more familiar. We normalize it. Education, and education. That's the way to go. I also wanted to mention the possibility of getting back to solutions that are more to something closer to home. Stigma. The stigma of psychological care that had always existed. It's changing now and it differs from one region to another. But what we can do as peers, as a community, what we can do working with educators or teachers or even young people in crises which aren't full-fledged depression or a major crisis that requires psychotherapy or psychiatric intervention. Or, for instance, if you've noticed that a schoolmate, a classmate, is too stressed out before a test. So whenever there's a test or whenever they're asked to speak up in class, they're frightened. They're terrified. So ask yourself what you can do as a peer, as someone, as a friend. So you can normalize talking about your emotions. It can be an educational program that's addressed to the entire school or the parents association, the teachers. But again, normalize going up to a classmate before a test and ask, how are you? Okay, but just write the test and it'll be over soon. Generally, so let's support one another, because these are problems all of us have in one way or another. 40 million cases in Europe, as we've heard. We'll never have a healthcare system that will be able to help 40 million people across the continent. So we need to work at a grassroots level. We need to do what we can to reduce the number of cases, the incidents, and step in, nip it in the bud, or early intervention by peers. I think this is the way to go, and this is what I would advise. It's also this is also consistent with findings, with conversations we've had in schools. In those schools where students are a more tight-knit community, where they can work on projects together, where they can talk things over, it's a lot easier. Agata, or would any of you like to follow that up? Yes, I fully agree. If we have more prevention is really important. Gabriel mentioned it in the previous panel. He mentioned prevention and empowering, involving, engaging young people. He also felt that teachers are overworked, counselors are overworked, and psychologists too, that there's not enough room or space for conversations like that. So there's not enough space for discussions to see a psychologist. Only the probably children that with this shows that only you see a psychologist only when you have a severe crisis. So if you see a psychologist, you're referred to a hospital. But if I mean, it'll be so if normalizing asking a psychologist or counselor for advice, then it'll be so based on my experience, based on my observations in providing so-called community services in the community outside of the clinic. I work with a small village school in northeast Poland, and there I organized a session which was like participatory observation. One of my patients was and we can provide services. So I provided some sort of psychoeducation with the consent of the headmistress, of the principal, and so I did a session, and the psychologist, not a psychologist, but somebody who we know by name, who we can have some fun with, who just doesn't come to school and say drugs are bad, okay? We can't have psychologists or counselors only associated with educational videos or clips, or just a normal, regular conversation you can have. Talk about your problems. We don't always have to talk about your difficulties, your problems. Let's talk about your dreams. Let's talk about your aspirations. Let's talk about what you want to experience, what you want. So I think that psychologists, if they engage, if the school counselor, the school psychologist, should be involved, and I would like this basket of services to also include school or training for parents, and not for groups in the entire school, just so not just talks and meetings, so community outreach. And on these coaches that would be coming from Białystok to Sejny, it's not that we have, I mean, our timetable is full, we have our work cut out, but we also, there is a regulation that provides that the first visit has to take place within a 7-day period, and we have an agreement with our patients, so we have a deal. If we have patients who come see us once a week for support, so we know that I might have to put off the meeting for a while because I need to diagnose somebody's stat. So we can't really expect to provide comprehensive services for every service for one. I like to compare it to a battlefield, so where you have a field hospital where at least emergency surgery or emergency because if you want regular weekly sessions, then the resources are insufficient. In my timetable, I have 23 hours per patient. 23 hours a week. But in my so at least at the early stages, our idea is to provide at least basic assistance, basic support for as many people as possible. So asking them to wait for 2 or 3 weeks before the next visit, but in that time they should work with their child on this or that. Thank you very much. Was that helpful? Yes.
So let's get some questions from the room, maybe. You can also ask questions online. I come from Suwałki. It's right next to Sejny. You can also get there by coach, by bus. A question related to the situation in Suwałki, because in Suwałki we have a very good situation. We have a psychiatric hospital, and like Director Łapińska said, we have all of the reference levels. We even have a daytime ward for young people and children. It's quite a unique situation in Poland. So my question to you ladies, things aren't as rosy as Suwałki everywhere. Do you think that we have a system in place that provides help with depression and other mental health problems? Because my impression is that we will only start building such a system today by signing the declaration. So my question, maybe not necessarily to the ladies, I'm not sure if you can respond. Is this what it should look like? Because if there is flu, then we have the National Health Fund, we have vaccinations that are free of charge, reimbursed vaccinations, but psychological help is treated, is neglected, is dismissed. So do you think we have a system? Well, in Białystok, we also have all the reference levels. Do we have somebody from our hospital in the room? Well, we don't, so it's hard for me to speak on their behalf. However, we have seen significant improvements in terms of interventional help in hard cases. The hospital was only established recently. I worked for many years as a therapist, and we work in the center of town. We work with kids who are really struggling. They need one-on-one therapy. They have a history of hospitalization. They can't be seen rarely. They need regular therapy. What's improved is also that it used to be very frequent that kids would be sent to Warsaw in an ambulance. We've solved that problem whenever there's a difficult situation, diagnostic difficulties, when we as therapists don't have the right to assess the condition of the child as precisely as a doctor would. This daytime ward really saved the situation. So I think that systemically things have improved. I also hope that I'm taking part today in some sort of new stimulus, some new movement in Białystok and the whole province, the region, because Białystok, the city, is probably better off than the rest of the region. What matters, I think, is that we cooperate as assistance providers to coordinate our strategic activities due to our varied possibilities, capacities, so that the tasks are divided up without unnecessary overlap. We're doing things that other centers aren't able to do because of national healthcare restrictions. There's work for parents, psychoeducators, therapists. We want this divided up across different sectors. We want it to be coordinated. And that still lies ahead. We still need to do that. Speaking of coordination, one thing that I would like to have is a database of all child psychiatrists. Ideally, all of the information would be collected in one place, and I know it's possible. There are doctors who make their schedules available online, but a website one could go onto and see which doctor can see you soon. Sometimes kids are struggling with some difficulties that need to be handled by a psychiatrist. Psychotherapy is not enough. And then we get asked, but where do we go? So, of course, we send people to the hospital in Suwałki, put them in touch with that hospital, but the doctors are overburdened. The hospital is understaffed. There's a lot of demand. So we're trying not to funnel demand. We're trying not to create demand just in case. We have training on when to send a child to a hospital and when not to, so as not to create bottlenecks. But ideally, there would be a website that I could send my patients to, and they could just tick off where they want to see the psychiatrist within a 30-kilometer radius and find the next available slot. So we can use technology to our advantage to create that. So I think the underlying question was that whether the alliance, creating an alliance against depression, will solve anything. And Ivona, yes, I think it will. So do we have a system? It depends on where you look, because theoretically, yes, we do have a system in place, all those reforms and institutions. But let's not get angry with the system. There are about 500 child and youth psychiatrists in Poland. So your dream could be fulfilled quite easily. Creating a list of 500 names for all of Poland, that's easy, but they're all over the country. How do we go from Ustrzyki to Sejny to Bogatynia in Lower Silesia? And moreover, they're not evenly spread. So building a system based on those 500 great doctors, amazing doctors, and that includes everybody, including recent graduates and those about to retire, 500 child psychiatrists in the country, and they're simply not able to provide a well-functioning system of psychiatric care based on doctors of psychiatry, and we need to be aware of this. There will be more psychiatrists in the near future, but among those 500 are also those about to retire. So this number will stay constant, maybe at 500 or 600. So that's why we need psychotherapists, psychologists in the system. You play a very important role on the front line. You're sort of first line workers. We need prevention. We need health educators. We need well-trained social workers, anyone who can do their part in the system. So as for the coordination center, we need coordinated action and complementary services. We see this all over the place. We're trying to bring this about. Why? Well, so as not to waste resources. Everybody has their niche. I can handle more difficult tasks, and other tasks can be handled by a social worker or a school counselor, a teacher. If we don't use our limited resources wisely, we won't have a system. It's not feasible. But we cannot do it centrally from Warsaw. We need to work locally. We have the county, we have the municipality, we know who's who, we know who's where, and it's even easier because there are even fewer child psychiatrists at the local level, and it's easier to make a list. We have a question from Małgorzata, but before I ask it, there's a question from Magdalena about the availability of psychological help for refugee children, because the problems in this group are more acute. Well, yes, of course, definitely. The first reference level is precious. Basic help, first-line help, especially for children from vulnerable groups, and that includes refugee children. Like my colleagues here rightly said, creating stigma around taking advantage of psychological help. There's a lot of stigma among Polish children, and there's even more stigma for children from Ukraine and among their families. Many of these kids come from families that are incomplete. They're not two-parent families. They came to Poland with just their mother or their aunt or without parents. They've gone through war trauma. They're traumatized. They have been, they had to leave their homes, their communities. So aside from the natural problems of adolescence and coming of age and the crises that go along with that, these kids have very specialized needs, special needs, and they require support to process trauma, for example, and not just the trauma that they saw in Ukraine 2 years ago when their city was destroyed and they needed to evacuate. These kids live with trauma on a daily basis as a result, and I'm very happy that we talked about this in the previous panel, because they're exposed to information, to news from their hometowns on a daily basis. So they're living in a state of constant worry. So these children are a very vulnerable group, and giving them access to care is particularly important. As to what we can do in schools, we've been talking quite a bit about actions, services outside of schools, like what to do, where to refer children to. Is the system operational? Is it working? I work in education mostly for UNICEF. A lot of schools are reporting problems to us, problems in the classroom. I suspect that most of you are aware of what the symptoms of depression are in children. So such children might isolate themselves, their behavior changes, they're unable to focus, they withdraw, they're tired, sleepy. For a refugee child, we might miss these symptoms because the child may be refusing to speak because they don't know the language, or they're embarrassed rather than depressed, or they prefer to speak to other Ukrainian children or children from their language group, or they're being bullied. We see a lot of this, and it's a big problem, both among Polish children and Ukrainian children. So at the school level, we can be attentive to the needs of refugee children who are facing additional problems on top of their normal adolescent crises. Małgorzata asked a question online, and it goes along with this part of the discussion. One way to improve accessibility is prevention. So Małgorzata is asking, how can we get parents to take part in training and in workshops? She says that her kids' school organized a training of this kind for adults on well-being, mental well-being, and 2 people came. So are parents engaged? prevention, which is geared towards psychoeducation, is it working, or are parents uninvolved? If I may, at the Children's Assistance Center, we put a lot of emphasis on prevention addressed to parents. And we have psychoeducation groups, support groups for teenage parents or parents of teenagers, parents of different ages. So we have we're fully booked, and these groups are very popular. But what you're saying, I've seen what you're saying. I was once hired by a school to host a workshop for parents, and out of 3 classes, only out of 90 parents, 4 people came. So I think there's a problem with reaching parents, with getting them on board. We've created potential activities, but nobody is coming. We need to convince them, persuade them that this is useful, that it's worthwhile coming to these workshops. At the same time, many parents are actively looking for information online. There are online forums and groups that they use. So I think it's a challenge for schools. This is something that schools need to handle, homeroom teachers and so on. Like I said, relations, building bridges between experts from schools, homeroom teachers, counselors, other teachers, reaching out to parents to encourage them to take advantage of these workshops and educational offerings. I have a brief suggestion. What worked for us, and in the context of our various initiatives geared towards prevention, is sort of changing the language, dropping the scary words, rather than calling it psychoeducation or psychological support, rather than using the word depression, at least initially, but calling it, how to talk to your child. Or there's a book titled How to Listen So That Kids Talk to Us. We have an initiative in Krakow, the Sunny Support Space. It's attached to a counseling and psychological school advisory center. Children from Ukraine are also attending. Before they came up with this name, very few people came, although they had many services for Ukrainian children. But once they changed the name and the kids started signing up, there was tutoring, there was art therapy, integration workshops, and children started coming. And because psychologists and counselors were on site, the kids began to take advantage of these services. So that was one idea for how to support parents, how to build a sense of responsibility, how to instill a sense of responsibility for their children's well-being. So I'd like to respond, because I feel very strongly about the role of parents, and responding to the Korczak quote we heard at the beginning, the child wants to be good. I truly believe, and I see this often, every parent wants to be a good parent. And really, when I sit down with parents face to face and we talk about difficulties, even those that relate directly to the parent's behavior, the parent will admit, I don't want to be this way. I don't want to yell at my child. And I say to them, imagine you have this whole array of possibilities. And he says, okay, and I choose anger as the best option. But it's not that they choose to be angry. So how do we encourage parents? It sort of happens automatically, spontaneously at our center. During the first 5 meetings, we use those meetings to appeal to the parent. We have to do an interview with the parent. The child cannot come by themselves. The parent needs to sign off the documentation, and then we arrange to interview them. for many parents, it's their first visit to a psychologist. So once we collect all the data, we can sort of psychoeducate them. And when the parent feels that they're not being, it's not a competition, they're not there to get a diploma, we're really there, I'm really there to support you. Like Tomasz Jeliński says, he's a communication, family communication expert. He has great courses.
Accusation, just reflection, and I see a lot of potential in educating parents, and this has to happen when doing interviews. So we need interviews, and we want the National Health Fund, we want the ministry to provide counseling and working with parents for longer than an hour, because sometimes, apart from the interview, you also need to get them talking. You need to start a conversation. And when parents see that there is a solution, there is a way of dealing with their problems. So when there's this headroom, when there's some kind of a space, I want to say a little more about the obstacles we face, but I'll put that off until later. And my respect to the European Commission, kudos to the European Commission, taking advantage of their presence when we talk about this space for parents, teachers, and children. I wanted to recall there's this program of prevention called Upright, which is 100% funded, financed by the European Commission. It is a program that's innovative, and it's really effective. We often say that in schools, and not just schools, that the school is a child's workplace. It's their job. They spend 8 hours a day in school, and this is an opportunity for us to influence, to have an impact. And it's not educational programs where we call in some lady, some smart lady who will give a lecture of 45 minutes, maybe not 90 minutes, but 45 minutes, and we're done. No. There's a group of experts, the leaders, the people behind the Upright program, have encouraged the schools to bring together all the components of mental health and apply that in all subjects, not the biology teacher, not the geography teacher and the homeroom teacher, and definitely not the school counselor. But here the idea was different. The idea was that we trained all the teachers. This was not Iceland. So 5 European countries. The leaders from Spain and Lower Silesia was the Polish region that was invited. So we had Iceland, Denmark, Italy, and the Norwegians provided, this was part of Horizon 2020, so they provided the academic input. It's proven, and it was all dedicated to parents, teachers, and students. The technology, the materials are all online. The materials are online on the European Commission website and on the website of the Marshal's Office of the Lower Silesian Voivodeship, but they're also available in hard copy, in book form. So the parents were given a dedicated program that they can follow. You should also factor in anxiety. What are they teaching in school? Do you think why are you offering mental health support? No. So do you think they have a problem with mental health? No. We should step in before any issues arise. We should preempt. We should prevention. 1 ounce of prevention. And so teachers were trained, parents were trained, and the program, and every group received handbooks or textbooks. Parents had access to an e-platform in all the 5 countries. all the parents said that they wanted hard copies. So ultimately, there was a book published, a workbook published for parents, which has all the information on how to support teenagers between from 11 through 14, 15, preteens and teenagers. So, okay, the biology teacher spoke about the nervous system, about how everything develops, about the development of the nervous system, how it affects emotions or responses. The gym teacher, the physical education teacher, taught mindfulness. So, in physical education class, they concentrated, they thought about birds and trees. The English teacher taught English, Spanish, okay, and the Basques also had their own distinct system. That it was taught in Italian, Danish, Icelandic, and Polish. Was there? I'm trying to reach out to Ukrainian children. I want to convince the European Commission, I want to convince you to also make it available in Ukrainian. But in English class, the exercises were taught in English. So it was about grammar, but it was also about mental health. And there was a lot being there was a lot said about social skills and communication and competence. So people will always associate me with a toothbrush. I say that we teach preschoolers how to brush their teeth. They bite their toothbrushes, they spit all over the place, they dribble. So it's not about actual brushing teeth, but it's about forming habits. It's about, and every year they brush their teeth better. So that's how we should also teach children those skills. And getting back to parents, parents were initially reluctant. It was a huge school. Only 3 parents were interested. Then there were 10. But when they had a problem, when COVID started, when they were left at home with their own children, all the parents remembered that they had logins, or they could access this program. So they used the games, stories, workshop exercises, and they began doing these exercises with their children. Thank you. I think we have a very good ambassador of the Alliance Against Depression, and this shows the practical dimension of the Alliance. I really want these textbooks, these materials to be translated into Ukrainian. That would be very useful. I think we'll have a lot of practical conclusions from these panels. I have a question from Adrian. Adrian, who's in the audience, and it's a question that I relate to. Adrian wants to know about support for men, for fathers, partners, husbands, or friends, male friends, colleagues, psychotherapists. The psychotherapy is a woman's profession largely in Poland, at least, and so men's problems with emotions, problems with relationships, that's different than what women experience. Is this a support for men? Does that exist? Are there ways of specifically supporting men? I hope there are. There are more of them now. I can say how we work in our Children's Support Center. What has changed in our thinking is we want to invite fathers to take part in the early stages of consultation. So since it's usually the mother who brings the child in, we interview her. The father just signs off on the consent form, but we don't invite the father. However, after a lot of discussion, we decided to engage fathers, talk to them, get them talking, ask them how they see the situation, ask them about their needs. And we see in our center, as an NGO, we can afford, we can alternative forms of support, and we have more and more men attending or coming to face-to-face meetings with the therapists as fathers, as parents, but also personally. If there's a crisis, if there's a parent in crisis, and that affects the child. So now we had, I remember, a support group for fathers that we ran. It was very popular, very successful, and I think that's also a really good idea. It's something we should revisit. I have two thoughts about daddies, fathers. One, very often, whenever I say, could you ask your husband to join us? No, he's not coming. No, he won't come. That's the answer I get. But let's try. Give me a phone number, and I don't remember the father not coming after I called. So it's not magic. I just tell the truth. I just say it like it is, tell it like it is. I say, I can't go any further without you. I need you to help your child. So I'm not asking you to come in to, I won't be grading or marking you for your performance as a father. I need you, and because that's the way, at least the way I see it. I haven't done the research, but I'm pretty sure that parents often feel that they can't cope, so they need somebody to help them cope with their own child. But I try to turn that around in my office. Based on the bond a parent has with their child, they have so many more ways of affecting. I like the number 168. That's the 168 hours in a week. A child comes to see me 1 hour a week. The child is in school so many hours a week, but then I try to empower parents by saying that they're the main source of support for children, but something I address specifically to fathers when I get them to encourage to come see me. And I think this is also helpful. This also helps mothers. I like the behavioral approach, applied behavior analysis, evaluation. So I say that sometimes behaviors aren't. So I like the mother of a newly born who wakes up 7 times an hour to whenever a baby is crying. I'm sure she doesn't feel anything 7 times a night. But she tries and hush the baby and. So the child sees the behavior, which is loving. The child won't ask about the intentions, what a mother is actually feeling. So I'm not saying that I don't tell parents that they need to feel something. I give them homework. I say, do something with your child. It'll be strange. It'll be unnatural. It's because it's bad news and good news. Everything that's the good and the bad, everything happens in small steps. So if we want to change something, small steps are good enough. Of course, we can ruin something with small steps. But if parents see that they don't need all the answers, that they don't need to get a good grip, that small steps, so this more technical approach, you need to do this and this. I encourage you to do this task, this assignment. You might find it strange at first, but psychology tells us that we internalize, we start feeling, we start, and also speaking of depression, there's a new tendency, behavioral activation. Behavioral activation is really effective. I'm really happy that you asked this question. Because it shows that there's a greater activity, a greater interest among men, and culturally also. And I think women are a little bit to blame, although we shouldn't. So women have always assumed that the mother is best suited to look after the child. Step aside, you can hurt, or you can the diaper, the nappy, you won't be able to put on the nappy, right? But there's this. But generally, men feel that something's wrong. They can't, and so they're starting to ask questions, and that's a task for all of us. That's a challenge for all of us, and also professionals should see the fathers, should see the men who deserve help, because they're just as important, and sometimes they're even more important than the mother at a certain stage of a child's life. Thank you very much for these contributions. Thank you. I think this panel discussion has only just begun. That's the sense I have, but it's sadly coming to an end. I want to thank all our panelists. Marta Brzezina, who's a child psychologist at the Psychiatric Center in Suwałki. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your time. Iwona Mazur, who's the plenipotentiary of the board to develop child psychiatry in Milicz. Agata Lulewicz, a child psychologist in Białystok, in the Białystok Klanza Association, and Magdalena Woźniak-Frymus from the UNICEF Refugee Response Office in Poland. Thank you, ladies, and congratulations to all our panelists. And now, let's have a photograph. Thank you once again, and I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all the participants, all our participants, everybody who's been with us online. And since we were talking about the digital environment, this conference has been live streamed, and now I want to invite an internet content creator who will take over. Good afternoon. I'm here because this is a very important subject that's very close to me, because comedians can also struggle with depression, so it can affect everyone. But I'm here because I'm doing video coverage of this event. I want to have it. I want to make it entertaining. So I want to invite you to join, to take part in this video coverage. So do you like depression? I guess you don't like depression. So can you just say no? I just want to have to record you. I'm also, so I want to use, so y'all like depression? No, as they say in Białystok. Well, I don't like depression myself. Thank you very much. We have the whole audience, and we'll use that in our coverage. Thank you to our internet content creator. I have a background in psychologist, but I wasn't taught, I've never encountered this way of dealing with depression. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 5th event in a series that's held as part of a nationwide social campaign initiated by the European Commission, the European Alliance Against Depression. This is a process that's been going on since 2022. So far, declarations have been signed by the mayors of Warsaw and representatives of regional the Silesia, Western Pomerania, and Podkarpaty, and local government authorities from the Podlaskie Voivodeship region will be joining them shortly, which we are very proud of. And now I want to hand it over to the press secretary of the Marshal's office, Barbara Liszowska-Matys, of the Podlaskie Marshal's office. Thank you. Thank you very much and welcome. It's all been said what we'll be doing. So the gentleman said what we will be doing now. We will be signing the Podlaskie Against Depression Declaration. Since the declaration is signed by people who are very busy, first let's have a photo of all the representatives of local government, local authorities who will be signing, because I know some of you have to run. So first let's have a family photo. I understand that this is not the sequence that we're all used to, but thank you very much. And the Deputy Marshal of Podlaskie Voivodeship, Wiesława, will be joining us. She will be the first to sign this declaration. Wiesława Burnos will be signing the declaration, which will later be signed by representatives of counties and thank you. And the Deputy Mayor, Rafał Rudnicki, will be signing the declaration on behalf of the Mayor of Białystok, Tadeusz Truszczolaski. Let me just read the declaration. As part of our competencies, we undertake to make every effort to make use of recognized best practice of the European Union and the World Health Organization to disseminate in local communities in our region knowledge about recognizing and treating depression. Andrzej Stypułkowski, Deputy Mayor of Łomża, signing on behalf of Mayor Mariusz Chrzanowski. The Deputy Mayor is also absent, but the declaration will be signed nonetheless. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Roman Rynkowski will sign the declaration on behalf of Czesław Rękiewicz, the mayor of Suwałki, and this is the third city which has the status of a county that will be signing this declaration, the third city in Białystok Voivodeship. Let me remind you that we are the fifth region after Warsaw, Silesia, Western Pomerania, and Podkarpaty, where this declaration is being signed. I'm sure other cities and regions will follow, because we all know that these declarations are very important. And now the starostas of the counties, the starosta of Augustów, the head of the county, Mr. Piotr Rusiecki. Thank you very much. The starosta of Bielsko Podlaski is not with us today, but he is represented by head of unit Anatol Tymiński. Thank you very much. And now I want to invite the starosta of Hajnówek, Andrzej Skiepko. Of Hajnówka. And it's we have representatives of all municipalities and all counties. Everybody agrees that action should be taken. With regard to depression. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. The deputy starosta of Kolno, Mr. Karol Pieloszczyk, representing Tadeusz Klama. The county of Łomża is represented by Director Jacek Nowakowski, who will be signing on behalf of Starosta Lech Szabłowski. And now it's my pleasure to welcome the starosta of Moniki, Joanna Kitlas, the second woman to be signing this declaration, even though women are in the majority in this room. The county starostwo, the county of Siemiatycze, is represented by head of unit, Mr. Mariusz Radziszewski, who is standing in for the starosta of Siemiatycze, Mr. Mariusz Cieślik. Thank you very much. Do we have Mr. Piotr Reczko, the starosta of Kulka. He has not been able to join us, but I assume that even though he hasn't signed the declaration, he will implement its provisions. And now Mr. Andrzej Szymulewski is the deputy starosta of Suwałki, is not with us here today. So that's everybody who we've had to sign the declaration, and we expect them to do their utmost to combat depression, to do everything they can against depression. Thank you very much, Press Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wrap up this conference. I'll be brief.
I think there's one word that we need to keep in mind: concern, care, and the care shown by the panelists, by our audience, by the young people who took an active part in these discussions. I remember the words of Czesław Niemen, there are more people of goodwill. I would like to thank all of our participants, both those attending in person and those attending online, who contributed to this conference. I would like to thank the simultaneous interpreters and the sign language interpreters. You are invited to follow the activities of the Alliance Against Depression. And I would also like to invite the authorities of other voivodeships to get involved in this initiative and to get in touch both with the European Commission and the Alliance. This concludes our online broadcast, our live streaming. I would like to now invite you to a lunch and for further conversations.